All right. Hey, everybody. Sorry I was late. I was writing my tweets and everything. Since I always leave that for the last damn moment. But yeah, we're all ready. So, hey y'all. We have a couple of fun things to do today. You might see in the corner. I was change the side. In the corner there, you might see what we're about to do. Una rayuela. Yes, organized like a pro streamer, as always. I always end up starting like a few minutes late, but the idea is still starting at 10:30 UTC, 11:30 Central European Time. Talking about pro streamer, I also, since today, I'm also in a new Twitch stream called Evil Twitch TV, and that's thanks to Karakan who sent me an invitation to that. So thank you. Cheers to you. Yes, just Evil TV. So, welcome if you come from there. Hello. Twitch Teams is like basically a group of streamers, usually sorted by like a theme or something, and it's like horror themed in general. And yeah, basically you can like raid people from your teams. You can auto host them. It's not like I'm already on a team on the photography one, so I just found out that you could be in several ones. So yeah, it's like it's a fun little thing, fun little extra thing. So yeah, as the news, and today we're working on first we're gonna try and do another little edits in the Fractal series to go with the last ones we did, but probably a more simple one. Like you can see there, it's a hopscotch. We might do a fractal hopscotch if we can figure out a way to do that. And once we're done with that, or if we get frustrated with that, we'll be working on the book cover commission. It's my first ever book cover, so it's quite exciting. It's a very, very good project for me. I'll be explaining later, but it's like literally my vibes, so it's perfect. And the idea is very cool. So yes, it's one of those commissions where it's like, yeah, you're on the same vibe from the very beginning, so it's great. So yeah, it's alright. It's basically like yeah, like collabs and that kind of stuff. Oh, and yes, we are probably gonna raise that today, right? Have to do an edit with one layer. Oh my god. I should raise those prices. I make it too easy for you guys. Oh gosh. 4,000. Oh my god. Okay, y'all. Let's jump into the browser view for a sec. Whoa, that's the wrong browser. Weird. Usually takes the other one. Hold with me for a sec. Now it works. Don't know why it did that today. Anyway, what we're doing today is trying to find a good picture of a hopscotch, which I thought would be easier, but apparently not that much. And then try to figure out a way of turning that into a fractal. You guys do have a lot of points. Yeah. Back before November, I had done a few of these community point challenges, and usually took a while for them to get unlocked because I didn't stream as much, so people didn't have as many points. And then I streamed pretty much every day for a month, so yeah, now people have a ton of points. Medical facts, yes, I need to fill those up one day. This one is probably the best one I found for now. There's a lot of like printed ones, but I don't like that. They should be made, you know, by kids in chalk. This one is a weird edit where they put an open manhole cover there. Weird choices, but alright. Not a great base picture to work with though. Give me more medical facts. Thing is, I gotta write them down beforehand, so... Okay, we might go to Wikimedia and look for Hopscotch. Go to the licenses. See, there are a lot of like printed ones. And these are not too good. What are we fractaling again? Hopscotch today. It's like we're showing the first signs of fractal behaviors. So, this one, no, not too good. Let me see. Oh, that's the one you said as well. Kind of like washed up. It's not bad, but. So, just to show you, I guess, a primer. Let me show you the other ones I've done for this. So, first, if you don't know what the Fractal series is, you can get a link there. Finally meta. I think for that. And if you followed up on the series, you'll know that the last part was how the fractal affected humans, like the fractal syndrome. And now we're jumping from that, from how it affects humans to how it affects the brain, the mind. So first we'll see like directly the brain, how it's physically affected, and then we'll start seeing how it affects people's behavior. So that'll be the idea, at least. What's this picture? Again, not too good to edit. I think I might go with the first one I found. So yeah, we're showing how the fractal affects behavior. And hopefully try and find good angles for that. So crowd behavior was the first thing that came to mind. I'm trying to find something else to exemplify it, and I was talking through it in the Discord server on, I don't recall which one it was. I think it was on the Patreon Discord. And someone suggested like hopscotch and kids doing like something a kid would do, because we're trying to show like this fractal behaviors popping up in like innate or like instinctual behaviors. So like forming a queue, you don't really think about the queue, you just see the last person and get behind them, right? This would be people trying to form a queue when they've been fractalized, right? Instead of just getting behind the next person, they'll start creating these strange patterns with swirls and circles. So they're not really aware of what they're doing. They think they're just queuing, right? Same would go for the other thing we're trying to do, the hopscotch. Like, it's kids playing and it's a game they know, but they're, without realizing, they're modifying it in a way. So that's why I thought of hopscotch, like something kids could just draw with chalk. So let's see. Browser. There we go. Fractal hive mind, exactly. Hey Claire. Forgot I had Twitch, but I do so I can say hi. Your name is Claire_Wild. Maybe make this. But I think this one is my favorite so far. It's vertical, and we're trying to go with horizontal views for of these, but it might be the only good chance we get. We could always expand the background though. We need. Is there surprisingly few pictures of hopscotches? I'm not sure how that's said. The plural of hopscotch. Help me, guys. Okay, so hopscotch. It's a fun word, by the way. I mean, we could turn it, but then the perspective wouldn't make a lot of sense. We're not looking at it from side, but of course we could always trick the perspective. And that would probably get quite weird, like this. Oh, Get does that. No. So we could... we could squish it a little. Like, as if we were seeing it from, kind of like, a bit more from the ground level, if that makes sense. Although that might make the image quite distorted, which is something we gotta worry about. But something like this, perhaps? The idea here is to try to turn something horizontal into something... vertical into something horizontal, sorry. The other way around. So obviously removing the hopscotches here. I still don't know how to say the plural of hopscotch, so I have to make something up. So they would need their own little warps. Having fun with Flickr? Yeah, actually Flickr might be a good place for that. I don't know if you found anything good. On this one. Have some fun, it says. Oh, non-commercial. Can't use. It sucks because the other day I found a very good archive and it's like, oh, it's all CC, that's great. And CC is Creative Commons, right? So I went to check. I was all Creative Commons, but non-commercial licenses. So I was like, oh. And even if I don't sell a specific image, by law, everything I would do could be considered commercial, because I do sell other stuff, right? I do profit indirectly from it, even if I don't sell that specific piece. So yeah, that can be a bummer to see. Okay, so we'll be patching out the hopscotch from this one, since we're just trying to make a background here. I'm putting this in a low opacity over it. So because we only have to mask this part out, so everything that's inside this area here, we don't really have to worry about. That one's fun. I don't like that one. Take it as a second option if this doesn't work. Okay, so here's my idea. I just want to cut next to the edge here, like so. And then just use the patch tool and finish everything off. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Here in commercial use allowed section. Ooh. That one's complicated. That's kind of the vibe I want to go for, actually. Like, it starts off as a normal hopscotch thing, but as it goes on, it gets weirder. I don't know exactly how I'll do it still, but the picture you sent, Sora, it's good inspo for that. Okay, so something like this, and then we'll... Actually, maybe we can do healing brush here. Yeah. We gotta be careful to only pick from the same area, because if we pick from very far away, like the texture here is definitely not the same as texture here, right? How difficult would it be to edit this one? Considering the size, it doesn't seem too usable. The perspective is right though. Okay, this one I have to take care of with batch, I think. Okay, so how do you guys figure a fractal hopscotch would look like? I'm thinking like it starts branching in weird ways, you know? Go. Oh, there. A rectangular fractal? I'm thinking of rectangular fractals, and that's kind of like just a grid. Like if you do you got the things like some of the more classic fractals, like the Sierpinski triangle, right? Which is triangle made out of triangles, and so on. You got the Apollonian gaskets, which is this needs to be on top there. It's a circle with like 3 or more circles in the middle, and then the rest is filled with circles as well. Not too great at drawing, but you guys get the idea. Right, you can do that with more shapes, I think, but or extrude these to 3 dimensions, like you could make this into pyramids, etc. But with Trying to think if there's something we can do with squares, grids, or something. A fractal grid of some sorts. Zigzag fractal? Let's see what that one is, because I don't recognize the name. Oh, that one. Yeah, that's actually pretty hopscotch-like. So you see here, you guys can see it. This is the Zigzag. I don't know how to pronounce it well, but Zigzag fractal. And yeah, that's pretty hopscotch adjacent. Like if each of these little squares is one of the hopscotch like parts of the grid, so it could be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and so on, and then it starts branching. Of course, we don't have that much space here. Spin unless hold. No idea. Things you find, Sora. The good thing is, once we've set the stage, it shouldn't be too hard to edit the fractal itself. There we go. Now here, this part should actually be slightly easier, it seems, because there's like less to cover. I'm gonna kind of brute force it, just go in with my patch tool, and instead of doing, there we go, clone stamp plus patch like we usually do, since we have like edges here, we can use those. Gonna go a little bit into the edge, if that makes sense. Hey twins! Okay, yeah, we can do it like that. Oh, I forgot I had my notifications on, sorry for that. Okay, because I'm doing something cool with the patrons right now. We reached 50 patrons, and one of the the reward for that was we all create a cryptid together. So we're currently coming up with a cryptid design on the Patreon page. So hey, if you want to get on that, not too late. You can always join. Read it as Vlad. Some people have read my name as Vlad. Would be the first. Carrot can. Hey Vlad. Hey Vaya. Okay, now we gotta try and mix up these two chunks of the ground. 3 chunks of the ground, actually. It will require a bit of softening the edge. Oh, we might need a bit more patching there. I don't think there'll be a problem at all. Plenty of ground to use there to patch, so. Okay, now here we can do some soft lights and darken them, touch, hopefully make them a bit closer to the other. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, that does a trick quite well. Okay, so we have gone from our original image, which I'll reset transform to show you. From the original to this, which will hopefully be a nicer base to start our fractal hopscotch from. Now here I want to do something to increase the whites. Something like this, make it a bit more visible against the background. Hey, Deochu, I'm with party of 6. Hey everybody. Welcome in. We are creating some fractal horror. Well, in this case it's just a hopscotch for now, but trust me, it shall be fractal horror. It's gonna go with these two. A fractal brain. A brain that's starting to get like all folded up in the inside. And then people acting up these fractal compulsions and creating fractal patterns. So we wanted something simple to go with that. We're doing a fractal hopscotch. But we're trying at least. So hey, I hope your stream was good. What were you streaming? I need to find games to stream at some point. I got a little collection, but it's like games that take one stream to do a playthrough. How did you do that? That lasso clone stamping thing. So I can find it on CSP. Because what I do now is copy paste the selection, then merge. It's too slow. I don't know if CSP will have it, but I assume you mean this, which is called the patch tool. I usually... Yeah, so you can take an element, like let's say this. You then move it around to another part of the texture, and it'll auto blend. There's a problem with it though. Let's say if you're trying to blend something with quite a strong edge, let's say this line here, right? Let's say you pick just the top half of it. You move that around. and Photoshop doesn't know what to do in the edge, so it just creates a sort of gradient that doesn't look too natural. So what you gotta do is first use your clone stamp, cut the edge out, and then you go to your patch tool, which is here, and there you go. I hear you're also a doctor. I am technically. Never practiced medicine, but I'm technically a doctor. A photographer, nice. Retouching, more on the photography side. Retouching, rely on like retouching models and stuff. Any health questions will be answered either by Dr. Val, who's a real doctor, or by me, who has better answers. Please don't ask health questions in this chat. That is very personal. Does it work on multiple layers? Unfortunately, no. It just works on the same layer you're on. Well, you have to rasterize it or create a copy before doing it. So you work non-destructively, which is important, Faya. You have to stop merging your layers. Okay, so having this hopscotch, now we have to find a way of fractalizing it. And Karakan before suggested this fractal. I think we'll go with something like this, but less organized, right? Like branches, but less structured. Like they're not creating a perfect full fractal. They're just kids messing around. Take 2 painkillers, send me $500. If you're not feeling better tomorrow, that's your problem. That's great medical advice. Well, Faya, you can always go back to Photoshop, you know? It's waiting for you. This is our original picture, by the way. We had to change the perspective a little bit, so we could make it more horizontal. So now I'm looking at it, and if we want to do more branches, we could potentially... We could bring in some of that back. We'd need to fill up more space, but that would give us also more space to mess around with the fractals and try to find cool ideas. Because we were a bit limited before, I think. One day I convinced Faya to stop merging every layer. Photoshop is so bad for comics. I mean, fair enough. You're doing your own thing. But if you need to combine photos, I mean, to be fair, when you do photo backgrounds for your comic, you could potentially do the compositing part, just like mixing other pictures on Photoshop, saving that as a flat image, exporting it to CSV, and then keep working from there, apply your filters and all that. This is for the book cover. No, this is a part that is not the book cover. Hopefully this won't take too long. It's a pretty simple edit overall. So once we're finished with this, we'll go on to the book cover, which is, I'll show you what I got so far. This is the mock-up for the book cover. So we'll be using these same images, but we'll recombine them in a better way. Cool. I'll be explaining what it's about later. Maybe you even play this. Adobe. Oh, that's a weird hopscotch. Yeah. Okay, now we'll finish up the rest of the patching we need to do. Not a lot. It's on the other side. Also, it's raining quite a bit, so I'm sorry if there's like tippy tapping sounds when I speak sometimes. It's like coming and going. It's been like that all day. And since my window is like right here, and it's one of those like ceiling windows, it's very hard to to mask out that sound without making my voice sound terrible. So it's always an exchange with that. Like you can turn the noise filters all the way up, and then my voice sounds like a robot. Any edits I make are quick and dirty, and since the filters hide most of the jank, I also don't want to play Adobe anymore. I mean, fair enough. You don't need to pay Adobe though. Wink. Adobe, I mean, yeah, the free part is usually quite small. Does it have a lot of Hopscotch stuff? Like within the free stuff. The puppy is currently sleeping, and that's the thing with the current schedule. She's gonna be sleeping every time I stream, so you guys won't be able to see her a lot. Okay, just expanding that edge a little bit more so we have more space. Boo! I'm sorry. She's doing great though. She's the best. $17,000 results for commercial use are used, but that is a standard license. Like that costs $60. You gotta make sure to filter for free. I don't recall because I don't use the Adobe's stock site a lot. Hold on. I think you should be able... let me try and find it. It's saved here somewhere. Don't know where I saved it though. You gotta do free here. is like much less. There's more lately, but these are the free ones. There's some decent stuff, mostly with kids, which I don't know if I would want to include, but there you go. You gotta make sure to put the free tab here. Gemini, is this a fractal? Yes, we're gonna do a fractal hopscotch. That's the idea. But now we've set the stage. The original picture is just this. So we had to expand the background, put it on the right perspective, and to make it horizontal, to make it the same size as the others. Let's cuddle a bit with an 8-week-old mix of border collie and golden retriever at work today. Oh, that sounds so cute. Okay, let me just get a pen brush and we'll see what we can do. I'm feeling like we could either make it recursive towards the inside, like there's another square here and maybe like 2 here, another one here, and so on. Or we could make it like branch out in weird ways. Suddenly does this. I'm gonna be terrible at drawing, but bear with me. Found a clone sand brush and clay, close enough. That's still very useful. So good at this? Oh, thank you. Itching gums, munching on my thumb to ease it. Oh, they're at that age, right? Where they have to bite everything. I feel like to be fractal, it needs a complicated edge, because that's what most fractals have. So I feel like the branches maybe should become smaller and smaller. Like maybe it starts like this and then just a smaller square like this. Thinking about confiscating it. And it could branch even further. And it just goes on to infinity like this. There's not the right perspective, by the way. Just pretend it is. We just make it go like that in every direction. I don't know, just kind of making it up, but we kind of have this main one, which is the real one, right? and then everything else is branching until it pretty much fills up the space or even goes away from the frame, right? It just leaves. Betty, how are you? We're trying to think of a way to do a fractal hopscotch. Like, it's one of those things where I had this idea and I don't know exactly what's the execution, the best way to do that. And I still wanted to follow the rules of Hopscotch, right? Like, there's places where you put one foot, places where you put two, places where you put one, places where you put two. And alternating like that. Let's see. And the idea, of course, is to make complicated edges, like fractals usually have. Hopscotch we played as kids was straight and only had a crossing at the top. We're better for this. How do you mean, like, only had a crossing like this on the very end? Interesting. I love how that game is kind of like, it's pretty universal. Play it all over. What if you play with something like a golden spiral? Kind of like going in on itself? Is that what you mean? Where it's kind of this vibe? Go on. It kind of does like this whole... Well, probably didn't separate it right, but you get the idea. Have you seen Shintaro Kago's Hopscotch animation? I don't think I have. Do you have a link to that? Is that available online? I think we can do a part that ends in a spiral. But we couldn't cover everything in spiral. I think it could be like a nice endpoint for one of the corners. Like, let's say... Okay, let's separate this one in two. Continue it the normal way here. Then again, we separate it in two. I'm kind of placing them at random here. We're just trying to come up with the idea. And here we could do like a big one, or one that's bigger than most. And this could be the one that ends in a spiral, for example. Like it's like this, this. I think that is right spiral, right? Yeah. Ooh. If I... Hold on. Okay, it's on YouTube. I just don't like Twitter quality. Oh wait, just link to the whole YouTube page. Oh, no matter. With the Twitter version. Hold on, let me play that here. That's great. That's definitely what Fractal kids would be doing. That's very good. Hey!
It's a pleasure to support even with little things. Thank you for making cool stuff, and can't wait to hear the podcast.
Thank you so much, Jorge. Yes, the podcast, by the way, I didn't talk about it today. For those that didn't catch the announcement, podcast is starting this Sunday, and it's gonna be, if you saw my the stream I did to celebrate 30,000, where I had Trevor Henderson and a bunch of horror artists, it's gonna be basically that, but in a more semi-regular and organized way, and with one guest that we talked to during the whole show. Yes, it's going to be starting this Sunday. Same hour as these streams, 10:30 UTC. And we'll have Trevor Henderson as the first guest. The text-to-speech is great. I love it. That's me speaking Spanish. Yes, my text-to-speech is in Spanish. And I will not change it. It's much funnier. It is just a voice speaking like this, with a very strong Spanish accent. It is very funny. Yes, we love the Spanish text-to-speech. Yes, that is exactly how I sound like when I speak Spanish. You guys never heard me. Okay, let's see. To be honest, like, this layer I'm creating, it's just a little sketch, but if we polish it up and actually make the perspective match well and stuff, we could potentially fill it up with these, like just on top, like, let's say we could do this, and it could be a nice start. So yeah, we can do that. Totally unrelated to the stream, the Congress of Chile has voted in favor of legalizing marriage for queer people. Hell yeah! Hell yeah, Chile. Congrats. Anyone from Chile over here? I have a lot of Latin American viewers. Get those perspective rulers out. Yeah, it's obviously got to be a nightmare to figure out. I'm doing this part kind of like more by the book. Kind of like there's a smaller regular hopscotch inside the madness, you know? And of course, it's fractal, so it's supposed to be endless. So it's supposed to be limited, like unlimited complexity. But of course, it is kids drawing this with chalk, so it does have the limited complexity of just being as large as a chalk can be. And that's why I'm not changing the size of my pen. Right, like it's just gonna get stupid small until it just becomes nothing. And until we reach the breaking point of the squares being smaller than the chalk. The kids don't have infinity chalk? Maybe the chalk is fractalized as well. Who knows? Should we how rule breaking should we make the hopscotch? Should we keep it? I think I should even make my brush larger. Match this, yeah. Like I was thinking maybe we could do a weird like corner piece like this. And like breaking the rules entirely. Obviously we gotta put numbers inside all of these, and that's gonna be part of the fun. Like these are the regular numbers, but this would be like 6.1. And we can start getting into complex numbers and weird stuff like that, like fractions. Like numbers that the kids couldn't possibly know if they weren't fractalized themselves. Like these kids would be geniuses in math class. Imagine like a 7-year-old pulling out complex numbers. Like, oh, this one's just E. Irrational numbers all over, like this one is pi. Some fractalized chalk in the corners. We'll figure out the numbers. Try to make it like a sequence that would make sense if we can. We'll see how we do that. Now that cannon doesn't fit. Put us here. Like, okay, in mathematicians in chat, or engineers, or people who could help me figure out what could be a good sequence for the parallel hopscotches we're doing here. I feel like a 7-year-old right now, trying to fold a piece of paper more than 7 times right now. I'm failing. That's impossible. Can't do that. Didn't you learn from the Mythbusters? Come on. You better make a fractal hopscotch rulebook. It's like a huge tome like this, can you imagine? A fractal choose your own adventure game. that people die reading. Avogadro number. I love that. So, you know the fun thing about the perspective here? As long as it more or less matches, we don't have to be like super strict about it, because it is kids on a playground with chalk. Like, they would know about fractals, but they wouldn't be too good at doing them, right? Being fractalized doesn't grant them magic abilities to draw perfect lines on the ground, so we don't have to be perfect either. We just have to sort of match things. It's a pretty pretty strong perspective on this image. Kind of like the idea that the fractal itself isn't perfect. Yeah, I like that too. First, it makes it easier for me, so it's great. But then it kind of drives the point home that this is just like kids. They wouldn't know. Like, they're just doing something kind of instinctual because they've been fractalized and they don't even realize it. But they don't become like perfect. Suddenly perfect artists. Which means we don't have to be perfect artists either. How nice. If the perspective isn't perfect, you are grounded. No, please, come on, stop grounding me. That was a formula for Vicsec. Oh, Drag, I saw you posting like complicated numbers, complicated equations out there. I was like, I was washed away by the rain next day and how weird stuff started happening on the river or something. I like that. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of space for flavor text in this series because I'm putting all 3 pictures. Like, oh, I closed them. I'm putting all 3 of this in one tweet, and the text has to be the same, like something that summarizes the whole thing. So we'll have to let the image tell the story. Will all those squares be numbered? Of course they will. Okay, Bear. You have a great night. Thanks for popping in. Look at math and feel like my brain is self-splitting into fractals trying to understand the numbers. Same. Math was always my weakest point in my studies. Which is why I love science, and I went into the scientific thing that requires the least math, just medicine. But if I was better at math, I could have very well ended into something like physics. But hey, I got a friend who's a physicist, so I live vicariously through him. The numbers better be in perspective. Oh god, the pressure. Next numbers in the field should be reflecting the originals by a factor of 1.46. Okay, okay. So we multiply here, we multiply 6 by 1.46. And then same thing in each number. That could be a nice way of doing it. And as we get into more complex things, like here we start putting complex numbers and stuff. You leave the stream running? Hey, don't spend electricity if you're not gonna see it. Come on. What are you, crypto miner? I'm kidding. For biology, I had several terms and tests in math and physics. Medicine, there's math, of course, but it's not very complex math. It's mostly like just statistics for scientific stuff, which I find easier to get my head around because it feels more real world. I don't know. My head is bad at math. I think it takes like a lot of effort for me to understand. Similar to what we talked about last time with kids subconsciously making fractals. Exactly. That comes from that exact conversation. So I was trying to find ways to show how the kids could make fractals subconsciously, and I thought like some kids game. After giving it some thought, Hopscotch felt was a good option to fractalize. I'm kind of just going with the flow here, creating patterns. The idea is, I hope, to end with a lot of tiny edges like this. So once I have the main branches figured out, I kind of fill up the middle with whatever I can. Perspective. Happiest woman knowing that I will not have to take math anymore, now that I'm studying art. Hell yeah. Get away from those evil numbers. They poison our brains. Take all the creativity away. I'm kidding. I still like numbers, but observing them from a distance. From a safe and respectful distance. And I do like some number stuff quite a bit, like ciphers. Ciphers are very interesting. I'm doing a lot of cipher stuff on this is not shilling, I mean it is, but bear with me. So on my Patreon, I do postcards every month, right? And there's a whole thing of lore behind them. Like there's a character that sends you the postcards, and then there's another character that does little ciphers and tests for you, right? And I love coming up with little puzzles each month. I go a lot into like cipher history and doing old ciphers that are breakable, right? Not like modern stuff, which is just computer cipher stuff that is pretty much unbreakable by human mind. But I love coming up with that. And that's sort of math adjacent. Gender identity is math. Numbers. Letters and numbers are imaginary. Yeah, that's true. Everything is imaginary. We all made it up. Watching on my TV while I clean my house. Hell yeah, then get that house clean. I'm also gay and an enemy of math. I love that. Hey, raise your hand if you're gay and an enemy of math. Gay anti-mathers unite. I love that. Oh, imaginary numbers are a real thing in math. Yes, that's true. But also every number is imaginary. Like there's no such thing as a number in real life. It's literally all made up. One of my favorite memes is the one about mathematicians that then was like adapted to pretty much everything. But it was originally about mathematicians. Oh, can someone remember it and find it? It's they have played us all for fools. Can you imagine going up to the fruit stand and saying, I want a whole complicated mess of numbers. Apples, please. Not gay, but math is on thin ice. Can you imagine how hard would it be to play this part of the hopscotch? Like it just... You can't touch the edges. Well, I don't know how I would do that. There's a fun math rock song about gay mathematicians. Love it. Tippy toe, exactly. Or just like the animation that Faya showed us before, you would need several more legs to play the fractal hopscotch. Music is still active. Oh, I'll skip this one. As you play, your body get deforms. I love that. Like you start here with as a regular human with 2 legs, and you end here with like a spider person. You turn into little squares. I found your meme you're talking about. Oh, video version. Yes, that's the one. That's the one. Hold on, it's a video version, so we're putting it on here.
Stop doing math! Numbers were not supposed to be given names! Years of counting, yet no real-world use found for going higher than your fingers. Want to go higher anyway for a laugh? We had a tool for that. It was called guessing! Yes, please give me 0 of something. Please give me infinity of it. Statements dreamed up by the utterly deranged! Look at what mathematicians have been demanding
I love
your
this.
respect for all this time, with all the calculators and abacus we built for them. This is real math done by real mathematicians. Huh? Hello, I would like apples, please. They have played us for absolute fools.
Oh, that's so good. Is that Gianni? Yes, of course, it had to be Gianni. The voice version is even better. Oh, it's so good. I just love it. When it starts rotating, the shape. Sound it makes. So good. Oh, let's make a music. I used to listen to that podcast. Yes, I don't know if I know that song because I listened to it. Like it went on for first run, then they stopped and then they brought it back. So I just listened to a few of the new episodes, but I did listen to it in the first run they had. So I felt about English class, but I actually have to use it in my work. What work do you have to use English for? Like grammar? Who needs that? At some point I'll just fill it up with little squares because there's not a lot of space so I continue the hopscotch structure. Also, I guess I made my brush larger as I started painting more stuff. So some of it is painted with a small brush. It's a little bit more annoying. I'm still trying to mostly, except from some areas, mostly keep it to the hopscotch configuration of like 1 2 1 2. But I guess I could do some with 3 like this, for example, if I need to extend through corners and fill up some space. Because when it gets small like this, there's not a lot more to do. Paint it up right and stretch it to your picture. Fair enough, but that would mean I would need to guess the spaces I need to fill before stretching it. I'd rather do this, and if I need to change the perspective at some point, I can just pick the area and move it around. I mean, I could take the whole image and move it and change the perspective, but it wouldn't change too much. Don't tell him the secret to perspective. The secret to perspective is draw this from the perspective of children who don't know how to draw very well. So we can have the excuse of if the perspective is wrong, it's just the children. The children are wrong, not us. If we lose, we have to give up. Oh, I remember in my childhood, we only tried hopscotch with 20 blocks. If we lose, we have to give up a piece of gum and chew it. If we lost again, we stuck the chewed gum up to our shoe to make the game more difficult. Oh no. Do you listen to other podcasts? I'm not listening to a lot of podcasts lately, because I used to listen to them a lot on my way to university, and now finished that. But sometimes I try to catch up with a few. I like to listen to My Brother and Me. It's been a while since I have listened to though. I also liked the more recent one I've listened to it is the Magnus Archives, which I didn't get to finish. Never really got around to that, but I got to like the 4th season or so. I think it was the 4th season, yeah. Yeah, Magnus Archives has some good stuff. It's definitely like it's episodic, and every episode kind of has its own little story that then, and that there's a meta narrative about the people who tell these stories. But all the little stories are quite fun and creative in their own ways. And the quality there's better and there's worse, of course. Like it's story by story. But they cover a lot of different like genres of horror and kind of perspectives on it, so that's quite fun. Yes, it does have a third plot. Like it starts pretty episodic, but it does get more complex. And at some point, it's pretty much only that meta plot that matters. Listener to like 90% of Macworld podcasts. For me, not that many of them. Like I think I've listened to most of them at least once, but oh, Sawbones I like a lot. I haven't listened to it in a long time. I love the weird medical history stories they tell. It's always fun. Weird medical history podcasts? Yes. It's called Sawbones. I'll read it. There you go. It's with one of the McElroy brothers and his wife, who's a doctor. And they always have fun stories there. Yeah. The older episodes are the best if you want to look for medical history. I like when they cover modern stuff and they cover like weird quacks selling fake miracle cures. Because it's really incredible the kind of bullshit they peddle. So it's great to see them like be taken down in a public sphere like that. Not that it matters much, because the listeners to that podcast won't be the ones to fall for pseudoscience bullshit, but still. Pliny the Elder, exactly. I love Pliny the Elder. Weird medical cures for everything. Buy my genuine panacea. Yes, Fire's genuine panacea is the only good one. And Fire, I'm expecting the money on my accounts by tomorrow, okay? They cover Goop. Yes, Goop. Oh my god. Goop is the worst. It reminds me of a chili juice thing. Exactly, they cover that as well. That's where I learned about that one. Yes, if you don't know, chili juice is... well, it's some lady on Facebook that got very popular because she apparently had a cure for everything. And she claimed her chili juice was a cure for, if I recall correctly, cancer, some like very questionable claims about curing like autism and mental disorders and lots of like weird stuff. And also she claimed it could regrow limbs if you took her juice. And what was the juice? Well, it was, if I recall correctly, basically fermented cabbages with a lot of salt. So it's basically so salty that it would induce horrible diarrhea and dehydrate you. So it's actually like literally dangerous to take large quantities of that stuff. And they got her on TV and everything, like just wild shit. Modern Pliny. Like, imagine getting that person on TV, thinking that's a good idea. Can't believe that. I guess they do it because of the spectacle too, because it's like, oh, this will get us a lot of ratings, because people will go and laugh at the weird juice lady, but still. Goes into toxic shock for salty cabbage, exactly. Like, bring the brine pool to you. Don't go to the brine pool. Just drink it. This is kind of fun, actually. I'm just I'm just here enjoying myself drawing little squares all over. Homeopathy is a huge industry. Yeah, that is ridiculous. Quacks are always dangerous. And because a single person did not seek help instead of trusting snake oil, they belong sued out of existence, exactly. Funny thing is she called the poops waterfalls. Oh god. Imagine calling diarrhea waterfalls. I hate how literally every kind of media is filled by interaction these days instead of good ratings. Now with the internet it's very obvious to see. What's the scores with the numbers? Looks familiar. Is it one of those games children play while out in the streets? Exactly. It's called Hopscotch. Or Rayuela if you're from a Spanish-speaking country. I don't know the names in other languages, or if it even exists in other places. The idea is that you threw a rock, a little stone, into one of the squares, and you had to go retrieve it by jumping with 1 foot here, with 2 feet here, 1 foot here. So you had to do the movements. Sometimes there was no stone, which is like getting to the end. But there are a million variations of that game. Not from a Spanish-speaking country, come on. Don't listen to Faya's lies. Only here to cause chaos and mayhem. Some of us speak it. Yeah, you speak Spanish? Come on, give me your best Spanish. I want to hear it. Better be good. This is too fun to make, y'all. Just here drawing little squares. There's no tomorrow. We can roll R's. R. Like this. We can do the R. It's fun. Fun to see people who don't know try it the first time. A bit of Gaelic. Gaelic? I don't know how to say that. Pronunciation. That's cool. Yeah, I want to learn my local language, which I was never taught, but there's in my region, Asturias, my region of Spain, there's a fairly small language, which is like, has been slowly dying for the past century, called Asturiano, and it's basically, it's like another variation of Latin, right, parallel to Castilian Spanish. But yeah, they're trying to bring it back now, before it dies forever. I would like to learn it. Because when I was a kid, it was never taught in schools. Now it's a bit easier to see it in schools and stuff, but still. In the Philippines, you don't learn Spanish as a language, but words of it are embedded in ours. So when speaking with a native Filipino, you may not understand what they're saying, but sometimes you'll hear native words, Spanish words. I've noticed that. That's very cool. Like, it's just sometimes the grammar doesn't, like, you can't catch anything from the grammar, but sometimes like a word will pop up and I'll be like, oh, that's the same one in Spanish. I lived in Madrid for 2 years. I picked next to no Spanish. All I can do is una cerveza, porfa. Yeah, that's pretty useful. Should I cut this in 3? Yeah. Let's see. I want to cover this corner a bit more. I don't want it to expand to every corner. Like, I don't want it to fill up the whole screen. So I want to leave some of the corners alone. Like, they haven't finished drawing it there. Okay, that's quite a lot, isn't it? Should we go with this? For a fractal hopscotch. We've done a lot. Okay, first thing we can do is try to apply this to the ground so that it looks a bit better. So we're doing it in overlay. We're also doing some Gaussian blur, so some of the stronger edges get more diluted, so to speak. And then we are gonna apply some color to it. So we're doing colorize, making it a bit darker, and then choosing a blue. Or, yeah, hold on. I'll just make it slightly darker so we can apply some color to it, because you can't apply color to pure white. I mean, it's a podcast convo. Sobons and Magnus are both enjoyable. They are. You'd think that Megalomorpha has never been fractalized. Someday for the crossover event. Oh, dinner. Enjoy your dinner, Sarah. It's weird if you try to learn any Maori. Good luck figuring out which dialect it is. It is too niche to teach everyone from every tribe. Each one from every tribe. Oh god. That sounds complicated. I guess that happens a lot to smaller languages, right? They're very... There's a bunch of versions because there was never a big push to equalize it all into one. Also, I've been missing some follows. Alien, Pixel, Gabriel, Spike Bad Guy. Thank you everybody for the follows. Okay, so we applied that blue as a color. And like this, just in overlay, it already looks quite good. We could of course add a second overlay. and just add that one selectively to brighten the areas we want to brighten. Is this good enough for a fractal hopscotch? What do you guys think? I guess I forgot the levels here. Mostly the same, but there are differences. You might sound like a weirdo if you go to another part of the country. Well, that's dialects for you. I guess English speakers are probably not as used to dialects. Because English, like, outside of the UK, English doesn't have such a long history that such strong dialects might have formed. But I assure you that's normal. Like, you go to Spain and you travel, you can literally from here take a car and go like for a couple hours, and you are in a place with a completely different language and a completely different dialect, where people sound very different from you. Okay, let me see. I do have a grunge texture. There we go. Looks good, like chalk. Happy you didn't use a chalk. A chalk bush. I imagine you meant a brush, but I'm left wondering what the chalk bush is. So this here just applies some texture, kind of a soft way, but hoping to break up the edges a little bit better. Are dialects supposed to be very different from each other, so that people won't understand what dialect unless they learn it? Not necessarily. Like, they can be pretty mutually... Oh, you here? Pretty mutually understandable. But if you don't have your ear trained to listen to them, it might be hard at first. There's some truth to that. We don't have chalk bushes in Spain? We don't. Penumbra Pod is a very queer sci-fi and fantasy duopod. Oh, interesting. Thanks for the Rex, Fractal. I'm subscribed to more than I can possibly listen to. Numinous, thank you for the follow. Okay, now that we have figured out the layout of this, comes the complicated part, the numbers. God. Let me see if there's Any brush here, you can use that. Will make the job a little bit easier. This one's quite chalky. I'm wondering if I can use it to an overlay to make some of the more washed out parts of the main hopscotch clearer, because I do want the main hopscotch to be quite easy to see, so it's the first thing you notice before noticing all the branching paths. Ooh, fractals just got here and like it. Thank you. Pidgin English from Nigeria. Yeah, that would be a good example. Or like really, if you travel, like if you go to the US, for example, and travel like large distances, you'll come across different dialects, right? And there's also cultural things, which that one I find it's very interesting, like from a sociological perspective. But the African American dialect, I don't know, it has a name that escapes me right now, but it's weird how it's got, instead of in a territory, it's just like a culture, like within the same territory, that has this quite a different way of speaking. Always found that interesting. Obviously, I'm talking with very little expertise. Might also have some territorial things. AV, exactly. That's the word, or the acronym. Okay, so I kind of wanted the main hopscotch to be a bit more visible, since it's our main... It's where everything comes from. So also the main branches, I want to make them stronger. And then we'll do numbers, and well, that's where the math will start escaping me, but we shall try. I think we should start with decimals. I'm kind of emphasizing the squares. I want to be more visible. And this one's kind of fun. There's the spiral one. This one just goes inwards instead of going outwards. I don't recall who suggested it, but thank you for the idea. Old Gods of Appalachia. I've heard of that one. It sounds quite cool. I should get around to it. It was one of those things where I said like, oh, I'll get around to it after Magnus Archives. I never really finished Magnus, but it does look very cool. There's also one I'm meaning to listen to about an Arctic explorer team or something like that, or some researchers in the Arctic or Antarctica, I don't recall. But let me know if you recall the name for that one. I have it saved, like I haven't lost it, but I'd search for it if nobody remembers. It's also like kind of like Magnus, like horror narration. White Vaults, yes, thank you. Oh yes, that was Seti. Thank you, Seti. They just joined the Magnus Archives network. Oh, all gods? Interesting. Okay, so now we're doing decimal numbers. Just gonna call this one enhance, and this one will be main. Okay. So now we'll create one that's just gonna be numbers. We're gonna do overlay again, since that worked out pretty well. We'll keep using the same brush. We'll start with this one. Okay, so should we do like like 3.3 here? Also, that's a decision we gotta take. Should we turn the numbers around? Like, should we write them like this? And have them twist around as the pattern twists around? Or should we have them all pointing up? Yeah, let's twist them around. Okay, let's go for it. So we could do 3.3. I'm wondering if we should do like every time it breaks down into it kind of splits up in three, like 3.3, 3.6, and maybe this could be 3.5. I mean, it would be 3.33, right? 6 to 6 periodical. Could we represent this with a fraction? Like 3 1/3. Yeah, let's do this. That's more fun. This would be 3 2/3. This would be 3. Oh god. Then maybe this is 3.5. Like it's the middle between these two. We're just getting ourselves into some math stuff, right? Then here I guess would be 3 and so god, I have no idea. How, like we should do fractions. Yeah, this still doesn't make sense. It should be complex numbers maybe, or letters? Because if we start doing math operations to all of this, we'll never end. The decimal recur for freaks. For the freaks, so no. Yeah, I'm thinking... I suspected fractions would come up. Have you guys studied for this stream? How about we do like 3A, right? 3B, 3C. I did not study, how dare you? Well, you knew this might come up in the exam, so on you if you didn't study. Yeah, we could do like factors with letters like this. Or to be honest, we could keep the fractions for the main ones, because I think that's fun. And on this ones here, we do... Instead of starting to do like math operations, we can just do this. Like A, 3B, thirds. Fractions were confusing the lines. Were they? Different each time for confusion, that's true. And if we start being annoying, we could do... It'd be 3... like operations, A plus B half by 3, like start doing very we don't have the space for it, we don't have the chalk for it, so let's just do C. I'll just do C and save everyone's sanity today. For your sake. Because we'll be here forever. Numbers are fake anyway, that is true. So I think we'll do that for the main... For the main branches, and then for the smaller branches we'll start just coming up with strange things. What if a man was doomed to play inside the infinite fractal hopscotch, but the scariest part is having to do math? You have to include divide by 0. Oh, of course. You have to divide by 0 somewhere. That's for sure. Six. Okay, what would be the next one? Like 3/4, for example. I don't know, I'm just making shit up. I also make it hard to see in many places, because as it gets smaller, it would obviously get harder to read. So this would be fifths, I guess. Like 2, 3. Going 6 and... There we go. I've looked into the code for that Fractal program. And fractals do in fact divide by 0, do they? God, what a nightmare. Yeah, these kids are math wizards, by the way. It's one of the properties of the Fractal. It just turns you into very good at math, intuitively. Only at math that concerns fractals, though. So we'll do here again 5, and try to make it messier, by the way. 5, and this would be 1/3. Third. 2/3. 5.5. Not. Literal FBI, thank you. 5, and I don't know, I'm just making up fractions at this point. God, if some mathematician sees this, they'll kill me, but... Hey, any mathematicians in chat that can tell me good ways of breaking up these infinite hopscotches? See, I'm breaking it like in thirds and then in half. Here we could do like that half broken down in like fourths. So it would be 1/4 and 3/4, and then here we don't have to worry anymore. Okay. That covers the main branches, which are gonna be this, and then we can just make stuff up. Squeezing golden ratio equations in that spiral one. What's the golden ratio equation? Please tell me. I know it's like phi, I think. Golden ratio. Let's see. Yes. Phi. Oh yeah, so this one is definitely phi. And this one would be... I guess we can kind of turn it around like this and do phi squared. I need to pick a smaller brush at this point. Getting into complicated territory. Because each time it's multiplied by phi, right? So if I recall my golden ratio equations. Go. At this point it just gets too small to worry. There we go. Man got stuck in the golden ratio hopscotch. Spins infinitely. I'd love to see that. Did someone get the reference? I didn't. Okay, let's see. Let's continue with the bigger areas here. Be like 6. No, I'm not doing the perspective right here. Should be pushed down like this. It gets complicated, y'all. Why did I choose a fractal hopscotch of all things? Who gave me this idea? Show yourself. Also, I know the numbers are looking a bit different color-wise to the rest, but we'll fix that up later. Some big 2A. I don't know. At this point, it'll get harder to understand, so I can just make up some stuff. I know that 6 is the base still, so I'll just scribble some stuff, and we'll be good. No, I guess these are on their sides. It's all fun and games until the kids bring out their quadratic equations. Okay, so this would be, I guess, 6C or something like that. Filling this space up. Good thing we don't have to be perfect at this. Like at some point the numbers get smaller than the chalk and you don't really have to do anything. Just have to like put some stuff down. And like the kids maybe scribbled it, but weren't really too sure what they were writing. And again, we get to the complicated area where we don't need to do anything. Do you think people will try to figure out the math of this, or hopefully they'll just look at it and go, "Oh, that seems like there's math," and then just leave? I mean, if I was any good at math, I would probably like include some sort of, I don't know, Easter egg of some kind, like. But I'm not good at this. Let's put an X here. I see a little X like this, like the mathematicians do. Something and an X. Like, these kids are better at math than their teachers. They better get good grades. God, I imagine the poor person thinking that there's some rule to this, trying to figure it out, like pulling out a little notebook, be like, okay, Val has put out some cool math lore, I'm gonna break the code. And there's no code, it's just gibberish, it's nothing. Oh god, imagine if people actually try to break this code. There's no rhyme and reason. It's just nonsense. Completely nonsense. I'm figuring out the math, and I am upset by the severe amount of fractions. And the fractions are part of the fun, y'all. Come on. I'm Hopscotch in the year 2 million. Is it cursed? Like impossible math? No, let's do A. Anyway, how long have we been making this hopscotch? Yeah, I was going into this thinking, oh, this is gonna be a simple little edits, but of course I didn't consider I would have to draw a million numbers. Of course, is like a whole thing. Imagine drawing. Couldn't be me. Ever catch me drawing? Please Please unsubscribe from this channel. I have sold out. I've sold out to big horror artists. The industry pressure. And now it's just gibberish. Yay! The fun part where we don't have to put numbers. Just a little dot in each. To pretend there is something. Oh, there we go. And of course, all the ones that branch out from the 5 are like 5 and a fraction. Because they're supposed to be between the 5 and the 6, right? So it's supposed to get uncountably small. It finally starts drawing, quits PS and gets clip. Selling out. I would sell out. Imagine drawing. I love that band. Why did I draw so many squares, y'all? Why do I hurt myself so? Okay, that finishes the 5 branches. I think the most we have is 5 and the 6 are the one that branch out the most. Go anime style. I'm an enemy of art teachers. Next step is to become a horror artist. Hell yeah, go for it. I approve. I just do a squiggle and pretend it's an 8. How about that? You all pretend with me. Just copy pasta. I swear it will look good. Now at this point it's not worth it because the squares are so different in each part that it would probably take more time to copy paste things and then adapt them to each pattern of squares I made than to just do a squiggle for each of them. Because at the end of the day it's just a squiggle. Takes a second. Or less than that. That covers the 8s. It would not look good, I know. I guess this one goes over 10, but let's just... 9, okay. There's not a lot of 9s. It doesn't cover a big area. I mean, there's a few, but it'll mostly be squiggles. Like, nothing fits here. It's fine. Whew, complicated. We just have this little part left, and then the part of around the 2 here, and we should be good. And again, this one's pretty simple. The part around the 2 is a bit more. It's closer to the camera, so the squares are bigger, and there'll be more to do there. Oh. There we go. Okay. We made a corner here, so what direction should we make the numbers go in? We could do this one backwards, like so. Brush a bit larger, there we go. Like, this would be 2 1/3. This one could be 2 2/3. No, that's gonna be a 1/4, 2/4, and 3/4. I guess 2/4 is a half, you dummy. Hopscotch numbers will end copium. Is that? Explain yourself. Here we're getting into complicated numbers. I'm not going to calculate anything, so I'll do something like this. Why not? And this will be like more complicated variations of that, but it's even smaller. This large one here could be 2. I guess the 2s are more flat. Something like this, and then just here. Mom, the hopscotch is being weird again. Why does it keep growing? No, the hopscotch itself is not conscious. The ones who are being weird, in this case, are the children. This one is 3, I'll do this one, so 4, actually, yeah. Phew. There we go. Infinite hopscotch. Okay, so here's what I want to do. First, I'm gonna make the saturation higher. So they're a little bit bluer. Second, I'll make a copy of it. I'll hide it, and then I'll just show it wherever I need. Like something like this. Hope is the gas that you breathe. Oh, okay. I forgot about that meme. You sure didn't go to cook to draw this? Nope. Just very little sleep. That's my only fuel. I usually have my most manic ideas when I'm on very little sleep. I don't recommend it though. Get a good sleep if you can. Wow, if we hide the squares, it just gets so crazy. Okay, so we have our fractal hopscotch. I hope the image is like fun enough to look at. I don't want people to look at the maths because they are not good. They're not maths, they're just pretend numbers. So don't look at them too closely. What I want to do is, as usual, I'm going to put everything into one layer. I'm going to combine it. I'm going to give it some filters. And where's the music? Music? Where'd you go? Okay. So first, we do need some grain to fix up some of the texture mistakes. And because, I mean, the picture is not very high quality by itself, so just adding our own to match it. Of course we're adding a vignette, come on. Do you guys not know me? Fractals change the way math looks like, exactly. Like, our math doesn't make any more sense in the fractal universe. Checkmate, mathematicians. Can't argue with that one. Aha. Okay, a little bit more contrast, bit of blue in there. I also I kind of want to emphasize the main roots. So I think the main hopscotch is pretty visible, right? Because it's the biggest one. It's the empty space that it creates. I do want to emphasize some of the main branches, like these, this, etc. Ooh, fun. I like this. Like some fun colors. Also blends everything in a nice way. Fractal as the vignettes. How would you make a fractal vignette? I have an idea, hold on. I'll humor you. I'll make a fractal vignette for you. Hope you're happy. So I'll create an inverse Mandelbrot to the power of 2 or 3, sorry, and do double color here, white, and with a light gray. Zoom in. Okay. Get ready for the stream to die a bit when it processes this. Yes, as usual, you get choppy. I can see it on my preview, at least the camera gets choppy. I don't know if the stream gets like very slow. Yes, so I guess I'll wait. Because I don't know if... Does my sound get choppy or is it only the image? Gotta give it a sec. There you go. Is it only the sound that gets buffered, or the image that gets buffering, or the sound as well? It always happens with this plugin, by the way. It was not you. It was me. So if I were to do a fractal vignette to Humor Fire, this is what I would do. Only image. Okay, so I can still talk while you wait. Well, we wait because I'm waiting too. And I would make that. I'm not gonna do that, by the way. We're just fractalizing the vignettes. If Fire dared us to do that. Yeah, it's just for the moment where the fractal is being generated. I guess it's not the best written plugin because it's written to use 100% of your CPU. I don't mind that if it took a little while more, but didn't spend my whole CPU while doing it. But yeah, it wants to use 100% of your CPU while it generates a fractal, which is kind of stupid, but you know, it's the only, at least that I've seen, the only good fractal generating plugin for Photoshop. So, and the fun thing is it can generate fractals as images. So you can set an image as a source, and it's a lot of what we've done during this fractal series has been that. So that plugin has been quite useful. But yeah, 100% of your CPU for a few seconds until it finishes processing. Which when you do it on stream means that suddenly OBS stops getting the CPU it needs and starts buffering the whole stream. So the internet, the upload speed is fine. It doesn't use the internet at all. It just spends the whole CPU for a minute. Kinda epic. To be honest, I do love that Fractal plugin though. Like the Fractal series would not exist if it wasn't for it. Okay, so I've tried to emphasize some of the main roots. And as I do that, I also want to de-emphasize some of the... No, I won't do it like that. Maybe with some levels. That kind of dim things. So what I want to do is, for example, apply it to this corner here, and hopefully with the right settings, you can maintain the colors in the ground. I'll have to do this below our camera filter because it's gonna start getting weird if I don't do that. So by reducing the contrast in some areas like this, I'm hoping to de-emphasize them and make like the terminal branches look a little bit more a little bit less important, let's say. These parts here I don't mind too much because they're pretty far away anyway. It's mostly these in the middle. Let's see if that does anything. Well, it does a little bit. It's not bad. Okay, this is the whole thing we added. We can add a layer mask to it. Instead of this levels thing, just straight up erase some of these areas slightly. So they stand out less. Let's see, I'll go a bit overboard at first and then we'll tone that down. Okay, yeah, that's not bad actually. That helps. Like keep it looking like it's branching without, like, while reducing a little bit that visual complexity that just makes it very, very noisy to look at. Very strange. So hopefully that helps a bit. Okay, now let's try the camera filter on again. F11. Okay, let's test the difference. Yeah, what do you guys like better? The busy version? Because I think both have their own merit. Busy version or less busy version? I don't have a great name for it. Actually, it's fun because I was going into this one thinking like this is gonna be the weakest link, like definitely not as fun as the others. But to be honest, it's quite fun. You can't tell. The difference is these areas here with a ton of smaller squares, like the terminal edges of each branch that just cover everything. In this version, they're all visible. In this version, they are toned down, like they're half erased. I need to flip a 2 and 2/3 sided coin. Trying to tone down the colors here so that they match a little bit of what is around them. So it was looking way too saturated before. Busy is almost too sharp, so it looks more fake, but it's also harder to tell what's happening. We always split the difference at 50%. The lines are too different value looking fake. That is true as well. And the idea is to make them look a little bit more erased, I guess. Would be split in the difference. I could also re-emphasize the bigger lines. That works out well. You should get some chalk and get a photo. God. Don't make me do that. I mean, to be honest, yeah, this is something that could have been done in real life. But, you know, I'm lazy. I don't have chalk. And can you imagine just going out to a sidewalk somewhere where people are like walking, like, yeah, I'm just doing a, I'm just doing a fractal hopscotch. Don't mind me. Oh shit, we need to sign this. Okay. I mean, signature is definitely going into one of the squares, right? I think, let's see. Yeah, I think I'm changing one of the symbols. Draw on the pavement like a 5-year-old. Get arrested for vandalism. I'll just tell them it's for an art project. I'm sure they'll understand. I'll get a grant from the government to do fractals on the pavements. Well, here's the question. Should I make it right side up, or I guess I'll put the line in the center so it could be read both ways. Bam. Easy. Also, here is the problem. Okay, so there's a little bit of a color difference as it goes towards the back here, which is what I tried to fix at the end, but it's better to just fix it from the beginning. So we're going back to the original layers. There's like a lot of blue in this area. It ends up like standing out a lot once we add the color filters. Then let's put this density . 50%. Yeah, tired eyeballs is definitely a thing, so no worries. Also, flipping them sometimes helps. Naomi Gamings, welcome. Jody, welcome. Hello, everybody. Ah, hola. Welcome in team. Thank you, thank you. We were seeing an installation piece outside a gallery, and all the artist did was smash a hole in the pavement with a hammer. That's based though. That's like, yeah, I do art. What kind of art do you do? Holes in the pavement. You're always conspiring. Schemer. Hey Naomi. As you can see, we're doing a fractal hopscotch. This is going into my fractal series, next to a fractal brain, which is very wrinkly in some areas. It's not entirely fractalized yet, but it's in the process. And a fractal crowd, people that are affected by this fractal syndrome, that are starting to get weird fractal behaviors. So the hopscotch is just another... Hopscotch is just another manifestation of the same thing. It's like how kids would react to having their mind fractalized. So they just do their regular games, but they start adding and adding and adding cells to the hopscotch until it's basically impossible. It has like weird numbers. Fractalification? I prefer fractalization. You do you. I'm not gonna tell you what to do. Anyway, that was Fractal Hopscotch. It was supposed to be simpler than this, but I ended up like getting absorbed into doing all these little patterns, and you know how it is. But I like the results. Pretty happy with it. Now we've been going for 3 hours. I'm gonna take like a 3 to 5 minute break, and I'll just put this and this in the corner so you guys have something interesting to look at. And while I'm gone, after I'm gone, sorry, we'll be doing the book cover I also mentioned in the title. So this is a book cover commission that I've been working on. This is like the I guess what you could call a sketch in my line of work. So we need to fix the big errors up and start getting a more consistent form and do some stuff to the letters. So yes, look forward to that. I'll put a little BRB thing, and let's see here. Oh, that's big. Okay. Put a little BRB thing right behind me here. Leave you guys with some fractals to look at, to ponder these fractals while I'm gone. And yes, be back in 3 minutes with a book cover, so look forward to that. Did you miss me? Hello, I am back. So, just to recap, today we've done Fractal Hopscotch. We started from this image and we got here. Just lots of complex patterns with strange numbers on them. The one you saw on the other side was the one we did last stream, the Fractal Crowd. Actually, there's some changes since you saw it last stream. I made it hopefully a bit clearer. The top of the shape made it a bit clearer that it's a spiral. I hope it's read as well. I revamped the shadows a little bit, and I added some chromatic aberration, which you can see there a bit clearer. Not as much in the center as real chromatic aberration does. When will we ever see me stand up? I mean, I used to not turn off the camera when I went out, so you could see me stand up. And my bottom half is fractal bug, that is true. So, and the other one is Fractal Brain, which we did, gotta be a couple weeks ago. So with this, we should have the next part of the Fractal series all figured out, I hope. So there we go, let me save this. Probably haven't saved it in a while. Save as Hopscotch. There you go. And this is our book cover. So, this is the other thing I mentioned in the title, which I guess I'll quickly change the title to just a book cover. There you go. I'm also going to take the opportunity to message the... There you go, had the message prepared, so I just had to hit send. Yes, message the clients who asked for this, so they can come in, say hi, take a look at what we're doing. So, a little explainer on this. We are making a book cover for a collection of short surreal stories by a man called Carl Sigler, who wrote using a pseudonym, who's a fake writer who never existed during the Dada period, during the early 20th century. It was this period in like surreal art where it was all about like complete nonsense and like, yeah, like it was a really fun side of surrealism. So he's writing under the pseudonym of this fake writer that never existed, and so it's all old school. It's all like it's been written in the early 20th century, so that's why we're going black and white picture, and it's all surreal imagery like this. So we're using the image from one of his stories, which includes a little girl that goes around picking people's eyes and putting them in flowers. So yes, we got like this is just a like little preview, but if we remove, no, that's the other version that I didn't go with. Those are two ideas. So we got no, if we just take this is what we have to fit it to. So I just have it here on top as a multiply layer, but it's here. Very simple. Just so we see where we're working. But yeah, this is kind of a sketch, so it's sort of hastily done or done without much care for detail. Gonna do is put a black layer there. Okay. With the white text and open it up to start working on the whole cover instead of just that little preview we were doing, because we're just like testing out ideas. So this is what we got. And I got a bunch of notes here of things to try. Okay, first thing we're doing is I'm gonna hide the text for a little while. This here is the eye. We need to revamp the mask around the eye. And we need to redo the stem of the flower, which is looking too thick. Yes, I can send you a link to his stuff if you want to read some of the stories. They're published online, so you can find them here. This is all within the site. It's all in character, right? The writer is posing as someone who's like compiling all his stories, like coming across them and compiling them. But yeah, cockroach.org, which is a great URL, want to get. So you can read the short stories there, read the short stories there, or a lot of them at least. I really recommend them. I read a bunch of them to find ideas for the cover, and they're very good. Some great stuff. If you love surreal stuff, you'll like this. Okay, so we'll essentially remove this. And now we'll do a better edge around the stem here. I wonder if these are open sourced. I have no idea. But I'm sure there's a notice on the side somewhere. Hold on. I'm gonna make this edge a little bit more contrast. Especially in areas like this one, which are in focus. These areas are out of focus, so I don't mind that the edge is soft. But around these petals, yeah. If you like weird imagery, like the kind of thing I do, I think you'll like the book. I'll be letting everyone know when it's out. I'll be posting this piece here and the book cover. I think it's cool on its own as well. I think it's just a cool image. I used to do a lot of surreal stuff, less horror, and this kind of reminds me a bit of those days. Okay. I think I'll make the stem a little bit thinner, because it was originally looking too thick. I mean, it was hastily done, so... Dance with the Dead, yeah, it's great. And they were also super nice to let people use their music on streams, so you can use it without getting a copyright strike or muted. Do y'all know each other? Love that. Should we go a little bit thinner? We already cut a little bit, but... Oh, nice, of course. TwitchCon. Nice. Never gone to a TwitchCon. I don't know. I guess with the kind of thing I do, with art Twitch, it feels so disconnected from the rest of Twitch culture in general. Feels weird. But it's fun, I get to be the outsider streamer. I come in here having done barely any gaming streams, which is like the main the main thing on Twitch. I think I might have done like, I want to say like 2-3 gaming streams. Played Hades once. Then I played some indie games. Yeah, I want to say 3 gaming streams in total. People in Twitch chats sometimes follow the same circle of streamers, so I started recognizing names. That's true. That's true. I guess in like I don't really have like a very big circle of other people that stream. There's the photography folks, which is it's a great community, and there's a lot of people you do recognize. But I'm also like a bit of an outsider in that one, because I don't really do like... I use the same tools and do a lot of the same things, but I don't really do the same thing that most photography streamers do. And then there's not a lot of horror art streamers. Like you go to art Twitch and it's just like people with anime art styles all over. What other games do I want to stream? I have a few that I've been gathering, like getting in Steam sales and stuff over the past few months. I got well a couple games by a friend Wilberg, who made 2 games called Welcome Home 1 and 2. I want to play those. They're pretty short. I have Subway Midnight, which they actually gifted a copy to me because I'm a streamer, and I never got to play it. So I should play around. I should play with it sometime. It seems like a pretty short game, like one you can play through in a sitting. Another one called Eversion. That's all like small games. Darkwood. I should play more Darkwood. I played some a while ago. So for now, I got a couple to get through, like smaller ones. I think this should be good enough as far as thickness goes for the stem. So now I just need to continue that stem downwards. Oh yeah, actually I sent my like they gave me, but I think not Oki, key. So I sent my key to Oki. Oki ended up not using it, so so now I got it back and I used it. We've been sending keys back and forth. But yeah, even then, like I don't want to make gaming streams a common thing, which is why right now I just have them as a point reward. Like if someone gets enough points, do a gaming stream. But only as like an extra. I never want them to push art streams out. So if I ever do a gaming stream, it'll be as this. If I ever do gaming streams, it'll be as an extra. You have enough points to request 11 gaming streams. You point hoarder. Oh my god. So much power in your hands. So if they let you pay as many points as you have, you could have gotten the whole community challenge by yourself, which is fantastic. Y'all better not mess with Sora. They have enough channel points to shut this whole operation down. If they wanted to. Okay, now we just need to polish that middle here. Good thing I have self-control, yes. %. Oh my god, really? Yes, 99%. I guess I'll have to start thinking what kind of edits I can make in one layer. There it is. Ovarian got it. 100%. Okay, yo, I guess now. I guess now I have to make an edit in one layer. Not this one though, because it's a commission and I don't want to break it. Oh god, what should I make in one layer? Uh-oh. Okay, we'll make it something like... It'll be... hold on. Today's Wednesday, right? So on Friday, if we're... Depending on how far along we're done with this, we'll start the stream with that challenge and then continue with this, or if not, on next Monday we can do something in a single layer. I have to think what could go well for that though. Can't be something too easy, it's gotta be fairly challenging. Something fractal. Oof. Fractals in a single layer, that is... I didn't think that far ahead. I didn't. But that's fine. There's a million things to do. Like I could honestly do any edits on my wait lists in one layer technically. I just don't want it to, like, cause it'll be more challenging. So the end result will probably be worse, and I don't want the end result to be bad, you know. So I don't want to spend that on one of the important ones, like one of the main series or anything. I was watching an artist last week and someone asked him about layers and he said he didn't use any ever. Faya, do you hear this? Are you here, Nathan? You'll like this one. Reddit single layer edits. Stick figure time. Yes. I can't make it to not this now, so I'll fill it up later. It can't be a stick figure. Like gotta put a little bit more thought into it. 0 layer edits. Can you imagine? And there should be like a rule set to it. Like things you can and cannot do. Like for example, can you create a new layer if you immediately combine it? That kind of thing. I guess not. I guess I would go against the spirits. So I'm basically screwed, guys. No, it's fine, it's fine. We will be fine. I bet. For some reason, every time I put one of those point reward challenges, it's to make myself suffer in some way. Like, yep. Make myself suffer today. But in a fun way. Can only save 3 times. No, because that I already did that one. Actually, Control S here. That's why I need to have a reward for reminding me to save, because I'm not a I don't remember if it's all by myself. You're a masochist. Oh, you guys, I guess it was quite a long time ago, so you guys probably don't, none of you probably know about it, but back when I got to, I think it was 1 year or 2 years of streaming, so more than a year ago now, because it's been 3, or it's gonna be 3 soon. Back to when I got to that, I did an edit without pressing Ctrl Z, and every time I did it, I had to drink. It was beer. It was not terrible. I didn't get stupidly drunk, but I did fail the not press Ctrl Z thing a lot. Okay, Seti. Thanks for chatting. I'll see you around. Okay, let's see. Let's see if there's anything else good to pick from this tulip image. There's this small leaf there, but I don't love it. There is some other flowers in the background, which is what I removed. Could we add like blades of grass or something? Maybe. Give it a quick look. Let's look for... Oh, a sniper for some reason. Okay, I want something I can isolate fairly easily. That more or less has the same perspective. I also really like this. I was thinking of adding some dew to the eye, but I guess there's a lot of pictures of dew. Oh, this is good. Okay. Let's see, where do we add this? Oh, I guess the black and white is doing some weird things. Yes. Brainy scoop. What time is it for you? Okay, let's do a quick channel selection. Why is it? Oh, there we go. Channel selection then. Let's get our blue channel. And as we've done in the past, there. We just make it entirely black and white. Okay. Select this, invert it, of course. And now we have a selection of the blades. There we go. Works like a charm. Oh, not this. There we go. Nice. Just 11, but I had to deal with several stressors at home. That's fair. Oh, okay. It was not a perfect selection, but it's a good start. Let's see, there's some weird things going on here. Yeah, that part is just too blurry. That's fine. We won't use it. So about these blades, I'm thinking blending them with the background quite a bit. Especially the ones towards here, and the ones that are here a bit closer. Could work there, yeah. Let's see, let's shift the edge a little bit more. Better. That's better. And what we could do, since we have to technically cover everything... Hold on, let me actually do it another way. Okay, so this is the cover, spine, and back cover. So since we also need to do the back cover, and it's going to be more full of text, I still don't know the text for that one, so I can't put a mock-up, but I can put just a random block of text if needed. We could do... Nope. Flip. We could do just some grass like this to kind of have a continuous connection in between the two. My city department asked me to set up a whole side event for the main thing in 2 weeks. Oof. Much prep and advertising to do. Yeah. Can you imagine? 2 weeks, really. Okay, a lot of shitty edges around here. Need to be blurred or... So I'm currently just using the blur tool on the layer mask itself. Hoping that it'll fix some of the bad ones. Some of them are too sharp in the blurry areas. But some of them I'll have to fix myself because they're unsalvageable. With this tool at least. So I'll just have to draw them in. most of the struggle is reining myself in. Loopy Star, thank you for the follow. So I changed my notifications from Streamlabs because apparently they suck to Stream Elements, and the thing is that you can import them, but they look slightly different. So I've had to mess with them quite a bit to get them to a level that looks decent, and well, I think I need to make the text bigger again. Very annoying. Let's see. The part I used in the other side is this. Okay. So I'll just have to change it a bit. Trying to make it look slightly different. We don't get a repeat of the same thing twice. Okay. I'm just painting with it with a normal layer, with some black, and just blending in some things, doing it as a more of a background detail. Okay, in terms of the main background here, I just picked a black layer for now, but I do want some sort of, like, I don't want it to be entirely black, you know? Hey Small, hope you have a nice day as well. Okay, let me pick, say, a lighter gray. Maybe something like this that comes from the middle, affects both sides. This corner here. See. A gradient, exactly. What is this? A soft light layer? Okay, it can stay to get removed from here. would read this book. I'm sure the client will be very happy to hear that. I have these emotes. What are they? Some Christmas emotes? Okay, so this is just a flower. Remember to hydrate, y'all. Oh yeah, thanks for putting the link there, Mekto. Caught aware by the sudden light, she darted across my ankle stonk to find her tooth home. Yes. It's... Remember that one? About a tooth fairy. Well, some kind of... something like that. It's surreal. Just like weird images. If you guys want to read the one that this image refers to, it's called... Give me a sec. Called Tulips on the Hill. That's the one. See how this compares to the thing we did. It was less of a gradient. A bit more this. Could have picked some blades of grass that weren't as blurry. Might change in the future depending on how this looks after filters and stuff. Also, I don't mind that they're kind of grainy like this, because we are gonna add grain like we usually do. Like compared to how grainy it'll probably be. I also see, I kind of like this from the original. I know it's just some other flowers in the background, but it gave it something like right behind here. So, maybe some leaves or something? Give it a quick look. Or just find flowers in general and get the leaves that they have in their background. Kind of like this. No, this is a tulip? Tulip? I don't know. I don't know if they have leaves very close to the bodies like that, but would still like to add something if it's just like blurry. Like this leaf here, for example. In another life, Ed was a farmer with how much he loves grains. It probably was. What do you need? No worries, Sarah. We got plenty of lives. That's not something we're gonna struggle finding. Yeah, I'll probably just use this one. Looks good. Well, then it won't be the leaf of this flower, but it'll be a leaf. Maybe it's even like coming from the other side. I think that kind of fills up that space. Yeah, more or less same area that the other version had. Something like this. And then maybe some tiny blades of grass. Just a few tips. Right behind here. Tulip lives. Well, let me check. Oh, those are actually quite pretty. Leave. I wrote it like this. I was between the singular and the plural. My brain did. See if there's any. Oh, that's actually quite a few. Nice. There's some coming from the corner here. One with a bit of water on it, which is nice. There's this, but they feel like very transparent somehow. Just that they blasted the white in the picture. I don't know why they would do that. These ones are too small. Kind of out of focus, but they're not bad. This one. I mean, these ones are quite nice. If we plan to add this one's actually could go well instead of the grass, because there's quite a few of them. And if we plan to add some, okay, let me actually just get rid of all the grass. Plan to add some dew to the eye. These would actually go very nicely with that. Let's see, it's already against the dark background, so the blending would be as simple as just lighting it up a little bit. No, you're right, Mechtel. The tulip lids are nicer. Trying to find the best place to put this. Like maybe right below here, and we can get another version of it over. Just thinking of using some of the extra leaves and stuff in this. I think in this picture with the closed flower, it's also a nice parallel to the other one, but it might just get the whole cover to be quite confusing, so... Forget about that. Probably the Lego flower bouquet. And the snapdragons do not look like snapdragons. Like, see? Easiest blending. Snapdragons are the flowers that look like skulls when they start drying. Oh, okay, I know those. Those are pretty. What if I put this... Just giving this a quick try. And if I can put one of these leaves in the foreground. like making them talk. Could actually just do a little bit of this. Kind of blend them in. Yeah, that's better. Okay, I think that looks quite good. Now the flower itself, I want to give it some levels. Make it a little bit darker in general. And then we're finally getting to the eye, which is quite important, I would say. Oh, also, we had that whole cover thing, and it seems like we might have missed some corners here and there. Yeah, that seems fine. Okay. Back to the eye. The eye is actually, you might recognize this picture from the metal coming from the eyes syndrome. Actually, I figured the angle was quite good, but I needed like more of the white of the eye, more of the sclera. So I mixed in a few different versions of the same layer, as you can see. And I've layered them together in that way. So we need to make that look a little bit more fused together. Like the iris here is not really, doesn't really feel round. I actually need to cut corners, exactly. Okay. And then the reflection on the eye, I don't really love. There's a few things. Obviously there's hair in the reflection, which is not we need. So we could possibly reflect some of the petals. They're kind of far away from the cornea though, so I don't know if they would reflect. They would need to be like pretty much straight up against, which in this case they aren't. Yes, exactly, Nuggets. Look. It's a combination. It's the same base eye, but I actually like stitched together a few of them to try to have the whole eyeball. Now we'll be doing some further editing. So I'm gonna make a copy of this. Gonna reduce the opacity. What I want is to get another part. There we go. Of the iris. Like slightly rotated like this. And hopefully there we go. That way we can get rid of the reflections. And I don't know, we may be able to add our own. This area is like very well covered. So I don't know exactly what I'll do. Okay. Our lighting is really coming from the same place as this reflection is. So instead of completely destroying this and then creating a new one, I could like at least partially cover it with our new reflection. I don't know exactly what we should reflect though. What kind of scene will that be? Maybe it can be like just a bright sky. Right, so just some white. And for some reason that doesn't... Oh, it's probably some of the shadows I added. No? It isn't. Oh, it must be this. Yeah. Yeah, it really would be reflecting the sky. Because if you read the scene in the book, or in the story, sorry, it happens like in the top of a hill, if I recall correctly. So the reflection of the sky would be something way more like this. Like just very open, very bright. And it honestly helps us hide a lot of the original reflection, which is nice. What I could do is make it slightly off-white and then include some even wider area, which would be the sun, I guess. Let's see. And keep going here with soft lights. Make that even more apparent. Though before I'm happy with this, I do have to look at some reference because this is guesswork. Let's see. Let's go to the browser. Let's just look for references. Or let's just Google images. Eye reflection. Okay, so this would be something like that. This, no. Of course, it's the fake ones. This is a very lazy edit. Of course it's on Pixabay. What a surprise. Again, it's just a studio light. Yeah, in general, there's not a lot of good pictures of that, because I guess it's just very hard to capture too. Like direct sunlight like this. Is it a window? Yes, it's a window. Oh, this one works. Oh, why is this? Okay. Yeah, something like this kind of works. Okay, so we won't do this huge reflection because we're kind of be blotting out everything. We'll do a soft version of this though. A soft light version of it, if you will. And then below it, let's do the same thing we did before. Okay, does this match more or less? Let's see. Oh god, sorry. All the great Photoshop edits of something reflected in an eye. Those never come out well, for some reason. It's very hard to fake something reflected in an eye, and it's so complicated. And like often when you want to do something reflected in an eye as like a Photoshop piece, you want that thing to be quite visible, right? So it's often too exaggerated because reflections in the eye are just kind of subtle. Like you'll often just get the shape of a window or something like that. You can't get anything too complicated. So it's a bit of a fool's errand. A very high field of view image to be reflected, that's true. Have a great gay Christmas movie night to join. Good night, Mectal. You enjoy yourself. Okay, now it's looking completely neutral. Let's see. Let's actually pull this image. Let's put it here. I'll also desaturate it because actually, might it be worth it to find another pupil like this? Another pupil, not iris. Is it a book cover? It is. Oh, sorry. I'm stupid and I was still in my browser. I was putting this as reference. I didn't do anything. Why would you set me on fire? Be nice. Also, hey, Infernal. Yeah, this is the book cover we're working on. And currently at the eye stage. I'm trying to make it look like it's reflecting sunlight instead of just a window, which is what it was doing originally. So, let's actually go and try to find eye, maybe sun. So, try to get an eye illuminated by the sun. No, that won't work. Let's see if we can get any good close-ups of an eye that looked like they're made in natural lighting. Well, look. This is actually... Okay, it's pretty small, so we... Let's see how good it is when applied to our big image. But it's pretty much the reflection we need, so that's quite good. Even if we just get like the reflection. Thank you, Laura. You got to be there. This one's also very good. Okay, we do have some options here. More than I expected. Quite nice. Okay, this one is the obvious choice by size, but it's also like, it obscures a lot. And also the reflection is very clear. So let's try the other one first, even if it sounds counterintuitive. So, getting these two images. Whoa, large. Okay. Okay, this one actually might be the right size. Okay. Also, the closed pupil actually works better for what we're doing. The biggest problem is that it's reflecting the... What do you call these little hairs? I forgot the name now. Involuntary tag. What if I add this? As lighten or something. So we only get the reflection from it. Hold on, let's put it on screen, actually, better than lighten. When I pick a flower and they have a spooky eye. We all love that. Let's see. Trying to see if the reflection here matches lighting we got, and it actually doesn't that well. But we could possibly flip it. We just keep like this part of the reflection. So if you read the story behind this image, the story that inspires this image, it's actually like a girl going house to house, gouging people's eyes out. And people like agree with it. They know it's like a necessary part or something. And it's like a town full of blind people, but the flowers have eyes. It's surreal writing, so don't expect to find like a lot of sense in it, which is what it is. Okay, let's see. Let's actually wait for it to load. Let's go Photoshop. What's Photoshop waiting for? Come on. I think I misclicked. Yeah. Silly me. Okay, nice. Now the eye actually has a realistic reflection that could be on the outside. But this picture of an eye is reflecting a forest. Oh, nice. Case you haven't needed. Being CC, I can't use it for this project. I'm trying to keep it to only. Because if you have CC and you have to attribute it in the book somewhere, you're putting one more thing on the author's responsibilities. But I'd rather just use public domain or compatible licenses like Unsplash and stuff. Pull this reference, no, not that one, this one. This reference out. I really like how there's a little bit of a flare. I'm hoping I can maybe replicate. Oh, for the future. Thank you, Sarah. I wonder if I can replicate that effect with an already very bright reflection, though. Maybe like making slightly darker. Yeah, that way it can be seen against that. And now it's just a very bright point that kind of goes outside because it's a flash. My version of giving rocks, flowers, leaves to friends. I give useful links and information. You do. Okay, so a little bit of a flash there, of a flare. We kind of have, I like to have this part, the eye here, kind of like regularly lit up. Because I really like this type of reflection where it kind of feels like it's underwater. Very cool. So I wonder if it can be replicated. Yeah, that's actually quite nice. Okay. Nice, nice, nice. So let's compare this to what we had before. Reflection was completely different. I'm also in general just gonna pick the eye and do a little bit of this. Bit of a shadow. Whoa, whoa, what did I do? Weird. Like suddenly my pen got full pressure when I was not pushing on it at all. That startled me a little. Okay, how are we finding the eye so far? Compared to last one, to the sketch version. Back some of these layers, I could still fix up some of the edges. Thanks, Nugget. It is too strong, but it's a good start. Okay. Getting there. Okay, nice. I kind of want to reopen my personal commissions. I feel like once I'm more or less done with the main ones I have now, I want to open a few slots and maybe change them up since the last time. So I'll keep some of the same ones, maybe open some new ones. I want to open, so what I want to do is like some sort of special SCP pack, because I notice a lot of SCP authors have been wanting, like, commissioning me for different things lately. So I feel like I should give them like a specific SCP prize, since a lot of people I want it. Uncanny 5 people? Yes, that's another great idea. Okay, I'm really liking the lighting on this eye. Check the difference. Yeah, for sure. I do want to apply some of that lighting to the flower as well. Just bring them all a bit closer together. So I want to do an overlay layer. Be right back? Okay. No worries. Yeah, if you're newish here, it's been a while since I've done personal commissions, but in the past I've had a few different options, including, and one that was very fun was I turn your pets into a monster. So I just ask people to send me pictures of their pets, and I turn them into some kind of monster. Like, I decide on the go, right? And that was very fun to do once with the stream on, because I decided one day to do the commissions as I was streaming and like take commissions live. And that was very fun. That could be done sometime. Live commissions. So the Uncanny 5 people could be in the same vein. Like, you send me a picture and you trust me that I'll find something cool for it. That it might be really weird. Okay, I'm just matching the lighting in, like the lighting we just did it for the eye, just matching it to the flower, which poses some slight problems because there's definitely a different source of light in the flower that the eye doesn't have, and since it's supposed to be an outdoors picture, it can't really have like many sources of lights. It all should come from the same place, you know? Again, this kind of bothers me. Alright then. So now the stem of the flower is kind of blending into the background a bit too much, but I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing looking at it. Let me see if I can fix up some little gliding things. Okay, gotcha. I had some weird... So I was going back and forth with the stem, thinking there was some problem with it. But no, it was actually this layer that was on top that was actually messing with it. Oh, how annoying. Okay. Okay, so now it looks entirely too dark. Oh, silly me. It happens a lot with Photoshop, like you're trying to fix something and not realizing the problem is maybe in an underlying layer that you forgot about for a while. I don't know if it only happens to me. I bet it happens to everyone to some extent. Okay, now that is good lighting for this. Good, nice. Finally, did it. Okay, thoughts and feelings so far on this. How much have we spent on it? A few hours at least. Let's give it the same treatment that the original one had, just to compare it with filters, with and without. Okay, quite different, isn't it? I do like the new one much better. Obviously, there are a few things like these levels. I want to tone them down just a touch. Well, no, to be honest, I'll just remove the smart filters completely and do them myself. Okay, so in terms of effects, we're adding more or less the same grain. Hey, welcome back, Sora. Been working on the lighting a bit. So I do want that chunky grain to make it old picture looking. And now we can mess with individual things. I don't know if there's a lot to touch up. But you know, I'm just moving the sliders around, seeing if there's anything I like especially. Maybe the highlights can pop out a bit more. It looks perfect as wallpaper. Let me remove some noise. That could be a wallpaper version if people clamor for it. Oh, I wasn't seeing the full noise at that size. Sometimes it does that. So it appeared like there was less. But it was actually quite grainy. There we go. Okay. So now we can compare the full version from one to the other, and I think that looks quite a bit nicer. Hope at least. Off the notifications on my email. But yeah, the client wasn't available to see the stream, unfortunately. I'll be sending him the recording. So if you're watching this, hey. Yeah, it's looking quite pretty now. Happy with that. Let's see, let's put the text on. Hello, text. Oh, for some reason it was, all the layers were turned off. So done that at some point. Okay, so the text is done with an effect that makes it look old, as you can see here. It's basically a bunch of combined effects. I'm not gonna go into too much detail on it because it's not so entertaining. But it basically transforms the edge of any typed thing you put in, and you can, like, this is not a final layer. I can just change a letter, change anything, and it just works. We got a little delay. I'm sorry. Okay. Just to put this to get a sense of what's the cover. Well, it'll be the back cover. I'll probably add something else to the back cover, but I need the text to kind of format it. But it'll probably just be some leaves like these ones. So, I had some notes done for things to change before the stream. So the mask here is done, the thinness here is done. Okay, the text here needs to be smaller, and he wanted to try something with kind of a ransom node vibe, where we can have like different, every word is a different font to kind of add to the surrealist feel of it. So we can give that a try. Oh, and I also had noted dew on the eye. Should we try that? Or is the eye like this, kind of shiny like this, enough? I don't know if it would actually detract. Let's see. Ransom node vibe. But it is what it is, right? You got what I meant. Okay, we actually have these. Let me try it on with this same layer again. Because it has some very nice looking dew here. Right? Let's see which drops we can add. I'm gonna flip it, of course. So now the lighting should match. I'm feeling either these small ones or these. These are in the shadow, but they kind of reflect light as well. The droplets are very complicated things. Like I have a very hard time figuring out like where they reflect light. Because all kinds of light bouncing happens inside of droplets, and it can be a whole thing. Okay, we'll do it I haven't done this method of selection in a long time, but it's basically the inverted selection. I have the layer, I add... There we go. Hold on, let me put it like this. So I kind of fish out all the things I wanna add from the layer, and then I do Control I and invert it. Zeke death, give the fellow. So I never know how to add droplets, if I should add them on normal or I should do some fancy overlay. I think normal should do in this case. And this is annoying. So I should probably pull it outside the eye layers. And that's the funny thing, droplets, while being transparent, have shadows. Why? I don't know. Light is weird. Okay. Would these work? Okay, this would be best one. Let's see the ones on here. They're like a little bit more concentrated, but I quite like them. Anyway, I'll add the shadows myself. The lights and the shadows, because these ones are projecting lights. Droplets are so complicated. Why do they do that? I mean, I know, because they're concentrating lights, and that makes a shadow around it. Well, it's a whole thing. It's like a magnifying glass, I guess would be the closest thing. Okay, so here's the deal. I'm gonna do this. Then I'm gonna copy the same layer. Water is so weird. Like a big thing that you have to do working on Photoshop and photo manipulation is understanding light and different materials really well. And water always like baffles me with its... I always think I understand it, and then it does something I never would have expected. So I basically separated the shadows and the droplets themselves into two separate layers. Why? I don't know. I just did it. Okay, I feel like these work in normal, so I'm just gonna take a chance. I'm gonna merge them, and then I'm just gonna move them around individually or in small groups. And I also want to make them smaller, because I don't want them to be like the main thing here. So I could put some on the flower. And these, in the original, they were in the shadow, which is why I wanted to put them here. Let's see if it actually did anything for me. I don't love it. So I'll probably put them down here. And also, time to hydrate. Remember to hydrate, guys. We're up for another long stream today. The other day we went on for 6 hours, which is not record time, but it's longer than most of my live streams. Today we are at 5 hours, and we probably won't be getting to 6, but still a respectable number, I would say. Don't know how much I should like clump them together, to be honest. Bit annoying. Just like moving them around and seeing what happens, to be perfectly honest with you. I have no idea what I'm doing, but isn't that part of the fun? Okay, I kind of like this. I'm gonna do more of these. So I'm just gonna copy different droplets and then erase so that they're like on the side like this, which kind of gives it a better sense of them like wrapping around. Same for this. Okay, that is going somewhere now. Pick all of these since they have a stronger shadow behind them. Turn them a bit, because the lighting is slightly more askew like this, so it should fit the lighting better. Okay. Been moving them around for a million years now. So I want to add them both in overlay and in normal. So the overlay version will be mostly for some specific droplets that look good in overlay. And the normal version, I'll just remove it from those. Okay, hoping between these two layers we can get a decent amount of droplets that look good. Okay. A little bit of dew on that eye. I hope it adds a touch. Let's see. Oh, I'm stupid. Yeah, I should do that without the thing around the droplets on the left side feel like upside down peas. What a reference. These? I mean, it should match the lighting is the weird thing. I don't know. Droplets are strange beasts. Go on the smart filters. I mean, they're way subtler once we had this. Is what I wanted. I don't know then, if the lighting looks weird. Not much more to do, to be honest. Sort of baffling. The density. What do you mean with the density? I might just remove the few that bother me the most, which are... Okay, hold on. These bad boys. The density. Still don't know what you mean exactly, but I'm trying to brighten them a little on the edges. These are the ones that reflect like darker areas. Being a little bit lighter like this might combine a bit better. Let's see. Smart filters. Oh no, I hope it feels better. Or an after. I do like the dew though. Okay, we're gonna fall up. I guess maybe it's again like droplets usually have the they invert the light, so they feel like they have a shadow on top, and then it's another and this light below. But that's just droplets when you hit them with a direct light like this. They're weird. I've done stuff with I've worked with stuff and droplets before, and they always escape comprehension. I feel like I should also add just a tiny. Tiny little highlights there to go with this big one, right? As if there were miniature versions of that. Much, but just a little touch. What is the worst? Everything should be dry all the time. Okay, and with that out of the way, we just need to... No, do thing is done. Just as I planned. And then there's a text. So hold on, when it saves, there we go. Okay, so he wanted these two parts to be a bit smaller, to kind of fall in below the flower. But to do that, I might actually like align them to the right instead of center alignment. Oof, it's being a bit slow. That's fine. Showers? No. Outlawed. Water is too complicated. I'm sorry. We'll have to do without showers. Everyone will be stinky, but everyone will have the expectation that everyone's stinky, so it balances out. It all works out in the end. Barely listening in the background, so I'm not sure how frogs were mentioned, but I do love frogs. Who doesn't? Frogs are the cutest. Okay. Now obviously you might see that this filter I did that kind of destroys the letters is destroying them too much, which is why there is a trick. Just an overlay layer that I paint in black and white to bring back any destroyed text. I also have a color overlay here, which was in black because of another thing, but I just turned to white. Makes everything look a bit more consistent, let's say. We cannot evolve to crab. I mean, crabs can walk on dry land. It's fine. Oh, forget drinking water too. I'll have none of that. Okay, I think I repaired most of the broken text. There's some that is actually too dense. Go. And now we're gonna go for that. How did we call it? Ransom node aesthetic. I want to keep cockroach with that font because I like that font. And for the others, we'll see. Handwritten, perhaps? No, script. Something like this. I do have to check later because I have all these fonts downloaded and some of them don't have commercial licenses. They're just like free fonts I got off the internet. So, but now we'll just check something. We'll pick stuff for the vibes and later I'll check if the license is right, and if it is, we'll continue with those. If it isn't, we'll just get a different one. Can I? Why doesn't that? Weird. What? Okay. I don't know. This text layer is broken. Okay, so I'll try to do each word into a different font. We could do each letter into a different font, but that is way too much. We don't want a ransom node, we want a ransom node aesthetic. Kind of like this one. And data movement. Okay, let's move out from scripts. I feel like data should be a silly font, not like the silly ones, but kind of a playful font. Not something serious or sans serif or something like that. But not something ridiculous either. Is something handwritten like this? That's silly, right? Handwritten is silly. And then for the other one, no idea what kind of font could go well here. I think something that looks good in all caps, because it should be all caps. Go. In Futura, I don't know how to say that one. Oh yeah, no worries about like letters breaking up and stuff, because a lot of that can be fixed, and a lot of this is like a live effect. Once you zoom out, it looks very different from zoomed in. But if you combine everything, like once you put it into a single layer, just like fix up a couple things. Make the data here more readable. But yeah, let's say, for example, we take this version. Now we paste it all into a single layer, and now it's now it should be consistent, right? Like before, it was moving around every time I zoomed in or out. Now it should be all consistent. I still prefer the like the previous version without the ransom node vibes. But like I want to offer both of them side to side. Let the client decide, because that was his idea. Have you tried papyrus? Do you want papyrus? Is this really... Are you sure about this? Because I don't know if I have papyrus, I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh, I do. No, that was... there we go. Papyrus. and, I mean... Now that's silly. Now that is silly. I think you'll love that. If you offer it, you know the client will pick it. Yeah, people love papyrus. I kind of don't like Futura here. Hold on, let me actually... There we go. It's safe, it's recognizable, it feels like home. Whoa, what? The zoom is so laggy today. I guess, so this effect I'm making on the letters is kind of intensive on Photoshop, and it makes it go quite slow, which is why I don't do it a lot, but I like it. So I don't know, I'm just trying like different fonts. I would like to make them, for example, the data and the movement. The zoom, god damn it. The words data and movement should be the same height. For example, in this case it doesn't match. But you know, I gotta try. Oh, this one's fun. This one is the same one as Cockroach here, but in a light version of it, if the insides there are empty. So it would keep some consistency while still being a different font for every word. Now this should be all caps. So it can't be a script font. I still don't know, because the whole thing about data is that it's silly as a whole movement, you know? So you can't choose anything that's too serious. Nor something that is too silly, because that will just like distract. But like, this is serious, can't do that. So I have no idea. Fonts are definitely not my or like anything involving letters. That's that whole area of design is not my biggest expertise. I like playing around with it, but I'm mostly like kind of person that just goes with whatever feels right. Comic Sans, you monster. A gothic font? Too much, I think. Another gothic font, but a bit more regular. Wingdings? We do wingdings. I too cannot words. We cannot words today. One's silly. Too silly though. And also doesn't look good at this size. No, it loses a lot of readability. Let me actually... There we go. We work on this without effects for now. Because hopefully that makes Photoshop behave a little bit better. I mean, to be honest, I might just go with check regular. $35.82. $35.82, please. There we go. I mean, it's still a bit samey. I don't know. I feel like maybe this is something I'll play around with out of stream, because it's not the most interesting things to see for you guys. And it's a lot of like back and forth and hopefully see the decisions with the client itself, who can't be here right now. But I think we got a pretty good cover going. What do you guys think? Considering this is the front cover, the back cover still needs to be done, but... That a typeface is a thing, is it? Interesting, I'll have to look that up. Yeah, let's put some sort of text block here. Be a serif font. Like, just to give an idea of possible back cover configuration. Don't know how long it would be, so we can always like adapt it, move it around. We'll see. Ooh, data isn't in type. Okay, interesting. No, that's something I'll definitely look into, because that could be a nice reference to add into this cover. It's literally a list. I'm still going, Mechtel. Yep. I'm like, we're just finishing this up, and we're trying a few fonts here, but ultimately I didn't find anything that I liked too much. Oh. Go. There we go. Let's keep that for now. I'll be trying more stuff in the future. Looks like something I hang on my wall. When I wake up, I get spooky flower looking somewhere. Thank you, Mechtel. Found an open font license. Ooh. Ooh, that is funky. I like it. Nice. So yeah, just in terms of the artwork, I think we are like, unless there's like any corrections to do, and probably barring things that I will add to this corner to make it look a little bit more interesting. Barring that, I think in terms of the artwork, it's pretty much done. We just need to work on the lettering a bit more. I think this lower part I like. It's mostly the title, and of course we'll need to see what we do with the back cover, what we add. There has to be like a barcode, or how do you call this? I think I didn't include that in the overlay thingy, so yeah. There's a barcode going here, which is a pretty empty area, so it's fine. So there you go. I think that should more or less cover things. So yeah, that will mark what we've done this stream. We've done 2 edits. There's Fractal Hopscotch and this book cover, which we started with something, so we didn't entirely do this stream, but that is still like quite productive for this past 5 hours. What do you guys think? Jump into cam. Quite proud of this one for the cover. I don't know, it's my first book cover. I've done album covers, but it's my first in terms of book covers, so quite happy with how it looks in terms of how I think a book cover should look. I think he'll be happy with it too. So yeah, thank you everybody. Let's see if anyone cool is streaming before we say our goodbyes. I don't think at this hour, but that I know. I should follow more people so that I could stream. I could rate them, but I don't watch a lot of Twitch. You know, that's a fun thing. I stream a lot. I barely watch Twitch. Guys, thank you so much. I'll be seeing you. Today's Wednesday, so I'll be seeing you on Friday for possibly a bit more work on this and our 1-layer edit, which is something, if you missed it before, something we unlocked this stream. You guys unlocked it with your points, so I'll be having to do a whole edit in a single layer. That'll be fun. We'll see what we do with that. So yeah, Inside of Mind, I don't know who that is. Wasn't here for the Fractal Hopscotch, but I logged the book cover. Thank you. Oh, Inside of Mind, that's a YouTube person, right? Well, still, I'll look up their videos before rating them. I think we should keep water though, because I need frogs. Okay, I'll let you guys keep water. The concept of water. It's a bit bothersome, but we'll keep it. Okay, guys. You guys have a great night. I'm very tired, so it's getting late. So I'll be going to bed shortly. Y'all,